The committee will please come to order. A quorum is present. Committee meets today pursuant to notice to consider H.R. 824 Telehealth Benefit Expansion for Workers Act of 2023 and H.R. 3941 Schools Not Shelters Act. Chair announces that requests for recorded votes as to amendments may be rolled pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives and Committee Rule 14B. Without objection, the chair may recess the committee at any point. I now recognize myself to make an opening statement. Good afternoon and welcome to the markup of two bills, H.R. 824, the Telehealth Benefit Expansion for Workers Act of 2023, and H.R. 3941, the Schools Not Shelters Act. As a North Carolinian who grew up in the rural western outskirts of the state, I know the importance of H.R. 824. Accessing high-quality medical care is not always easy in the mountains. From my hometown in Watauga County, telehealth has been a lifesaver. During the pandemic, it completely changed the way we met with our primary care providers. Instead of navigating long country roads to the nearest hospital, rural Americans could receive medical care from the comfort of their own living room. Telehealth is a lasting solution to the concerns of accessibility and flexibility. It's quickly become apparent that it's here to stay. The industry has so much room to grow, but only if Congress lets it. The Telehealth Benefit Expansion for Workers Act does just that by allowing employers to offer standalone telehealth coverage. In turn, employers can create plans that fit their employees' unique needs, lower costs for everyone, and bring health care access to anyone with a Wi-Fi or smartphone connection. That's health care for the 21st century. Now on to the second bill, H.R. 3941, the Schools Not Shelters Act. I'll take a moment to recognize the bill uses the term alien to refer to illegal immigrants, despite that being a legal term and despite the Democrats acknowledging that, in fact, the last markup of similar legislation unraveled into a disagreement regarding the dehumanizing history of the word alien. I, like my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, hold strong convictions on the power and importance of language. Today is not the first day I've made this point. So I want to be unequivocal when I say I support using the legally correct term alien rather than the politically correct term undocumented immigrant in this legislation. Now's not the time to wave the white flag in a semantic battle. Now is especially not the time to substitute long-standing, well-defined immigration language for lighter, fluffier terms. Words have meaning. Therefore, the bill before us today uses appropriate legal language to identify and resolve one aspect of President Biden's broken border policy. Across the country in blue state strongholds, Democrats are harboring migrants in public school and college facilities. These actions are an unacceptable consequence of the administration's open border policies, as Americans know that housing the surge of migrants in education facilities is unsustainable and inappropriate. This bill would put an end to that. It says you can't house migrants in college dorms, you can't house illegal immigrants in middle school gyms, you can't house migrants on any school property if you want your federal funding. School children are at risk of losing precious resources, or worse, at risk of physically being put in harm's way if we do not pass this bill. With that, I urge a yes vote on both H.R. 3941 and H.R. 824. With that, I yield to the ranking member for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Fox. I'm disappointed that yet again we've decided to take up two bills that do nothing to support students or improve access to affordable quality health care for workers and families. In fact, so far this Congress committee Republican priorities for K-12 education have focused entirely on culture wars. Legislation is passed to ban books, single out trans students, and target immigrants. Today, more of the same. Not only would H.R. 3941 prohibit the use of school facilities to house immigrants, it would also strip funding from schools and colleges that do not follow the Republican agenda. June is Gun Violence Prevention Month. Yet my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to bury their heads in the sand and deny the reality that gun violence is the leading cause of death for our nation's children. Instead, they have reimagined that immigrants seeking shelter as the cause of unsafe schools. If my colleagues want to keep school students safe, let's focus our time on what is actually killing them, and that's guns. Parents, teachers, and students are begging us to take meaningful action, but unfortunately, we haven't made any progress on this subject. Today, we're also marking up legislation that would undermine quality health care coverage for workers and families by eroding important consumer protections under the Affordable Care Act and the Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act. COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated that with proper guardrails, telehealth can be a useful tool for delivering health care when integrated with a comprehensive plan that ensures access to in-person care. Unfortunately, the Telehealth Benefits Expansion for Workers Act, H.R. 824, would fragment care while failing to provide appropriate safeguards for consumers. It allows employers to carve out telehealth from their group plans and offer it as a separate standalone policy that is exempt from important consumer protections under the ACA and other laws. This includes protections like the prohibition on annual and lifetime limits and the requirement for parity between behavioral health care and medical and surgical care. In addition, I'm concerned that under this bill, consumers could be exposed to deceptive marketing practices where workers enroll in telehealth-only plans under the impression that they're receiving a far more comprehensive coverage than they actually are. Similarly, deceptive marketing practices have already been documented with the sale of other forms of so-called accepted benefits. So I'm in favor of innovative ways of lowering healthcare costs and expanding access to critical health services, but unfortunately, H.R. 824 takes us in the wrong direction. Our constituents are counting on us to deliver meaningful solutions to the serious challenges facing the country, that is gun violence in our schools that continue to take the lives of children and educators, rising costs of child labor violations, and the continued attack on Americans' access to reproductive care and affordable health care. Unfortunately, if today's markup is any indication, the majority appears intent on ignoring these challenges and instead continuing with the culture war. So I urge my colleagues to oppose these bills and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Without objection, all other members who wish to insert written opening statements into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today. House rules require that a copy of the measures be made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. Pursuant to the notice for today's meeting, a copy of the measures was made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. Each bill being marked up today shall be open to amendment at any point, and the chair will allow members to offer amendments in a manner not prohibited by House or committee rules. Without objection, members who have more than one amendment to a bill and wish to offer their amendments en bloc may do so. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 824 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 824 to amend Title 27 of the Public Health Service Act, the Employee Retirement Income and Security Act of 1974, and the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to treat benefits for telehealth services offered under a group health plan or group health insurance coverage as expected benefits.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. I now recognize Mr. Wahlberg to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 824 offered by Mr. Wahlberg of Michigan, identifier H824-AINS_02.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Mr. Wahlberg for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you mentioned in your opening, telehealth usage exploded during the pandemic because Americans basically, they liked it. They used it. Employers quickly embraced these changes to the healthcare landscape because it was vital for employees' retention. Telehealth alleviated provider shortages, increased access to mental health services, and lowered the cost of care. Departments of Health and Human Services, Labor, and the Treasury saw the benefits to and allowed employers to offer standalone telehealth coverage. This coverage was especially valuable for part-time workers like restaurant industry staff, seasonal employees, retail workers, those who did not qualify for their employer's group health plan. Telehealth is also a valuable tool for underserved and rural communities where access to medical care is a challenge. However, this flexibility that became a lifeline for so many was only temporary. When the COVID-19 public health emergency ended on May 11th, so did standalone telehealth benefits. The Bipartisan Telehealth Benefit Expansion for Workers Act restores this important benefit by allowing employers to offer standalone telehealth coverage, and this amendment, in the nature of a substitute, improves upon already sound policy. In April, we had a legislative hearing to discuss the bill. Some of my Democratic colleagues raised valid concerns during that hearing. The AINS addresses those concerns. The amendment reaffirms that beneficiaries are protected from discrimination against pre-existing conditions and against participants based on health status, and it prohibits plans from rescinding coverage. Additionally, the amendment ensures that employees are notified upfront that these plans are not considered full medical coverage. It also directs the Secretary of Labor to create a model disclosure language, which plans may use to meet the disclosure requirement. Despite what critics may say, nothing in this bill changes an employer's responsibility to offer full medical coverage to their employees in accordance with the Affordable Care Act's employer mandate. That is not what the bill does. Again, this is a bipartisan bill, and I would encourage my colleagues to consider how adding this important option for coverage could help not just workers, but could also be a critical tool for their dependents. For a mother who works long hours in a restaurant, think about how valuable having a 24-hour health benefit could be to her when her child gets sick. For a family who might be dealing with a mental health challenge, think about how comforting it will be to seek counseling from the privacy of their home. If we let these critical telehealth services expire, working Americans across the country will lose access to high-quality, affordable health care coverage. I urge my colleagues to support the AINS and the underlying bipartisan bill, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Wahlberg. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair.
Dr. Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. I want to oppose Representative Wahlberg's legislation. Comprehensive health care is a right that all Americans deserve. They deserve a plan that won't cheat them out of essential care, including preventative care. Under this legislation, employers will offer standalone telehealth-only plans that will exempt them from providing essential consumer protections under federal law. Telehealth has provided many Americans with the ability to get the care they need without any physical barriers. Consumers don't have to worry about finding a doctor in a location close to them, and doctors have the ability to quickly and effectively diagnose a problem through telehealth. However, telehealth is a means of receiving care in addition to other essential services and shouldn't be its own separate plan. Under current law, employers are able to provide telehealth within the group health care plan. About 87% of small firms and 96% of larger firms include telehealth in their policy. Proponents of this bill will say that it provides Americans with more affordable options for health care. However, this bill not only exposes consumers to potentially deceptive practices through encouragement to enroll in telehealth-only plans, but it also doesn't cover all the issues that American people need. Enrollees will think that they're providing comprehensive coverage, but will instead be subject to employers potentially evading required coverage like mental health, preventive care, and substance use disorder service. This plan is not flexible to the needs of Americans. According to the National Alliance on Mental Illness, about 1 out of 5 adults in the country experience mental illness in a given year. Treatment like therapy, medication, and self-care are essential tools to combating mental health issues. Without comprehensive care, Americans will experience devastating effects of mental illness that could have been prevented or helped. If many of our people are going through a crisis, then that means that we need to provide them with the care required for them to be effective. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and because it's a bill that will not help the American people. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Mr. Allen, do I understand you'd like to speak on the bill?
Yes.
You're
I move to
recognized
strike.
for
I move
5
to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Telehealth has been around since 1960. I first learned about telehealth as our medical school at Augusta University was perfecting this treatment primarily for the rural areas of my district and across the state of Georgia. Obviously, as Ms. Wahlberg explained, the COVID-19 pandemic, the government enacted flexibilities that allowed more widespread use of telehealth because we had no other option. And then, of course, it was just a matter of making sure that we had a way to pay for it. As the pandemic revealed how critical telehealth is to ensuring Americans can receive timely and affordable care from their home, it was decided that we must move forward with some way to provide this care. The telehealth flexibilities help to make health insurance more affordable for a sector of the population who would normally not be eligible, including part-time and seasonal workers. With the end of the public health emergency, it's imperative that we work to determine which telehealth flexibilities to make permanent so that employers can continue to offer their employees flexible and affordable health care options and be covered. The Telehealth Benefit Expansion for Workers Act is a bipartisan bill, which I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor. This legislation would empower job creators to offer standalone telehealth benefits as accepted benefits, much like dental and vision plans, to supplement their employees' existing policies. It would also make standalone telehealth available to part-time and seasonal workers who would otherwise not have access to employer-sponsored care. I encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of this common sense legislation that was introduced in a bipartisan fashion to help close coverage gaps and give businesses greater flexibility to provide robust benefits to their workforce. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Mr. Desanya, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 824 offered by Mr. DeSaulnier of California, identifier H824-AMD_02.
Mr. Desanya, you're recognized for 5 minutes to explain
Thank
your
you.
amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the pandemic made it clear that telehealth is a useful way for people to access care without having to see a healthcare provider in person. In fact, the quick deployment and expansion of telehealth during the height of the pandemic undoubtedly prevented greater levels of illness and death, and continued deployment of telehealth will help break down barriers to care, especially for vulnerable populations. At the same time, however, telehealth is not a substitute for in-person care, and it must be integrated and complement with comprehensive benefits to ensure people are getting access to the care that they need. Congress has worked for decades to advance access to quality health coverage, and we must not erode the critical protections enshrined in federal legislation. Under current law, there is nothing that prevents an employer from offering telehealth services as part of their group health plan. According to the Kaiser Family Foundation, 96% of large employers and 87% of small employers provide access to telehealth through their group health plans. The key is making sure that telehealth is part of a quality health plan, not a substitute for an in-person care. Studies have shown that improving care coordination, including through integration of telehealth with the patient's primary care provider, leads to better health outcomes for patients with chronic health conditions and greater overall efficiency to healthcare in the United States. H.R. 824 would go in the opposite direction by encouraging employers to pull telehealth out of their group health plans and turn it over to companies that have essentially little or no connection to a patient's primary care provider. This may help employers and providers of standalone telehealth benefits evade consumer protection, and I fear it would undermine the quality of care that patients receive. To prevent this outcome, my amendment would stop this legislation from taking effect unless the Secretary of Labor determines that it will not fragment the delivery of health care or address access in in-person care. Telehealth will continue to play an important role in healthcare delivery in the future, and it should. To make sure it is as useful as possible, though, we must ensure that it is deployed in a manner that maintains the integrity of comprehensive healthcare coverage for American workers and their families. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. DeSagne. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Despite what some opponents have claimed, these telehealth plans do not replace an employer's obligation to provide full medical coverage benefits to full-time employees under the Affordable Care Act's employer mandate. I agree that in-person care is vital. Nothing in this amendment offered by Mr. Wahlberg prevents a patient from seeing a doctor in person. This bill will merely provide an additional option for virtual care if telehealth best fits the patient's needs. Telehealth can be a great option for patients who are immunocompromised and do not want to go to the doctor's office in person for every appointment. A patient might be more comfortable receiving treatment for a mental health condition virtually. This could even help reduce the stigma surrounding mental health treatment if we increase access to mental health care for patients in their own homes. I recognize that my Democrat colleagues do not agree that we should be providing more choices to the American people when it comes to their health coverage. Republicans believe that more choices equal greater quality, lower costs, and more flexibilities for Americans and their families. Despite my affection for Mr. DeSagne, I'm going to have to say that this amendment makes a bad faith effort to delay and hinder implementation of the bill by conditioning it on a certification by the Secretary of Labor. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment and yes on H.R. 824, and I believe the ranking member wishes to be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this amendment is important because this underlying bill suggests that we're expanding the use of telemedicine, what we're really not. There's nothing in the underlying law that restricts the use of telemedicine. What this underlying bill does is to make sure that the telemedicine can be used as an exempted benefit and exempts itself from all of the consumer protections. This amendment makes sure that those protections stay in place, and that's why this amendment is so important, and I hope we're to adopt the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Good, I believe you would like to speak to the amendment.
Madam Chairman,
and the underlying bill.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chairman. Obamacare regulations, mandates, inflationary subsidies, and even their misguided economic incentives have made health care even more unaffordable for most Americans. And we should now ensure that workers retain access to the expanded telehealth options they enjoyed during the COVID-19 waiver period. The Telehealth Benefit Expansion for Workers Act will ensure that telehealth coverage is available for all employees instead of just the full-time employees that elect coverage in an employer's medical plan. Telehealth provides increased flexibility for patients to meet with a medical professional when they may not have been able to have an in-person visit, or simply because they're not a full-time employee and do not qualify for their employer's current benefit plan. We should all agree on a bipartisan basis to provide as many healthcare options as possible and as least expensively as possible for all Americans. We should also respect the ability and intellectual capacity of citizens to make their own choices and select healthcare plans that are best for them. We should recognize that employers truly want the best for their employees and don't need to be controlled by the federal government. We should all want to help those in rural areas, or those with limited mobility, or those who simply struggle in their schedule to make an in-person office visit. It is indisputable that telehealth permits medical personnel to see more patients and to do so at a lower cost. We should trust and empower the medical community to make those decisions regarding what kind of consultation, service, or treatment can effectively be provided via telehealth. We don't need the government regulating, much less prohibiting, the delivery of telehealth services. What worked during the COVID-19 shutdowns can work today and going forward, and I applaud Representative Wahlberg for sponsoring this legislation. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor. I thank Congressman Wahlberg for his leadership on this issue, and I hope that all members of this committee will vote for more flexibility and lower costs for the American people, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Wahlberg, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the support given on this bill for what it is, a good bill. And I'd like to yield, at the very least, the amount of time I took this morning in our earlier session back to the chair. I yield as much time as she desires.
Thank you. You know, as we were discussing this, it occurred to me that I ought to share sort of a personal experience about why I think this bill is so important. Like a lot of people in this country, I use a CPAP machine. If you know anything about a CPAP machine, you know that it keeps a record of everything that happens. Well, twice I was asked to go in to see a sleep doctor to talk about my experiences with the CPAP machine. So I went in, the doctor didn't get anywhere close to me, no blood pressure, nothing else, just asked me how was I doing on the CPAP machine. I said, well, you've got the record, so you know exactly what it is. But I had to take a lot of time to go to a doctor's office to talk to a doctor about the CPAP machine. And it occurred to me that if you are I'm on salary. I have more flexibility in my schedule than a lot of people in this country have. And were I a person who worked in an hourly job, I might have had to have taken off a half a day or a whole day to go to the doctor just to present myself visually to him when he didn't really need to be in the same room as me. And what we're trying to do here is to provide that kind of option to people for whom it might cost a lot of money to have to go to a doctor for no reason. So if you don't care anything else about doing this, you ought to think about the people for whom it costs a lot of money to see a doctor on a routine checkup. And so I think, and I just told people after that, it's ridiculous to have to go see somebody in that kind of a situation. So I just want to urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to, for heaven's sake, support this bill to help millions of people out there not have to lose money, lose time, just to go into a doctor's office when things could be accomplished remotely. Thank you, Mr. Wahlberg. I yield back your time.
I thank the gentlelady for that productive illustration. And we could all share a number, especially those of us in rural, very rural communities, where it's difficult for people to even find the provider of the health care. This is a godsend for them to have their needs met. With that, I yield back.
Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment from Mr. Desaulniers? There being no further discussion on the amendment from Mr. Desaulniers, no, being, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Madam Chair, could I request a recorded vote?
The gentleman requests a recorded vote. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Okay. Oh, sorry. No, they won't turn. Okay. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of the bill H.R. 3941.
Madam Chair, before you leave the last bill, I have a unanimous consent request.
You have a unanimous consent request?
On the last bill.
Okay.
That,
You're recognized.
It's unanimous that the found documents be entered into the record: a statement from Families USA, a letter signed by dozens of patients groups, including the American Cancer Society, Cancer Action Network, the American Heart Association, March of Dimes, and Leukemia Lymphoma Society, a letter signed by the behavioral health organizations, including the Kennedy Forum, American Psychological Association, Eating Disorders Coalition, Mental Health America, and the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and a blog post by the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, and a letter from AFSCME.
Without objection. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of the bill H.R. 3941 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 3941 to prohibit the use of the facilities of a public elementary school, a public secondary school, or an institution of higher education to provide shelter for aliens who have not been admitted into the United States and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. I now recognize myself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3941 offered by Ms. Fox of North Carolina, identifier ANS_001.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of a further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Last week, the committee passed a resolution conveying a sense of Congress that K-12 public schools should be for education, not housing migrants coming into the country illegally because of President Biden's open border policies. I'm pleased that H.R. 3941 complements that resolution by conditioning federal funding for public K-12 and post-secondary institutions on whether schools are being used for education or providing asylum for migrants. This bill adds teeth to ensure that Biden administration and state and local governments are ensuring the safety and academic success of students. Additionally, the bill covers university facilities, meaning that harboring migrants in college dorms and gyms cannot be a legal loophole for liberal governments in blue states to exploit. This bill is necessary because America's southern border is in chaos. Encounters at the border have tripled under the Biden administration. In the last month, border crossings reached over 10,000 migrants in a day. Incentives exist. Policy has consequences. H.R. 3941 recognizes that reality, too often ignored by Democrats when it comes to our southern border. The administration cannot offer free cell phones, free health care, and free housing to migrants in one breath, and then in the next breath exclaim that the border is closed to illegal immigration. Biden's broken border policies encourage the influx of migrants, and this bill says the buck stops with the students. We will not allow migrants to disrupt our children's academic experience. We will not allow resources be diverted away from education. We will not let unidentified adult migrants share facilities with and potentially disrupt the learning environment of students. Students should always be the #1 priority, and therefore I wholeheartedly endorse H.R. 3941 and urge a yes vote. Thank you. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, the underlying premise of this legislation is deeply flawed in that it seeks to punish schools for the temporary use of their facilities as shelters for undocumented immigrants with the possible withdrawal of all federal education funding. Legislation is purportedly offered out of concern that using school facilities as a temporary shelter will divert educational resources away from students. With no evidence for this allegation, the legislation nonetheless moves to potentially strip all federal education funding, a move that will absolutely divert educational resources from the students from public elementary and secondary elementary and secondary schools and institutions of higher education that are in violation. To add insult to injury, the legislation targets public elementary and secondary schools from different treatment from private schools that participate in Department of Education programs. While private elementary schools may not receive federal financial assistance, their eligible students do receive services funded by federal education programs such as Title I. In fact, approximately 200,000 private school students receive services under Title I. Under this legislation, only public elementary and secondary schools would lose all federal funding if they use their facilities to provide shelter to undocumented immigrants. There is no penalty and no loss of federal education services for private elementary and secondary schools if they do exactly the same thing. Moreover, even where private elementary and secondary schools directly receive grant funding from federal educational programs, they would still not risk any federal funding. They would still not risk any federal funding for providing shelter to undocumented immigrants. Again, only public elementary and secondary schools are targeted for penalty under this legislation. So this is not just bad educational policy. It unfairly targets public schools for the loss of critical education resources, and for these reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Are there other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Good, I understood that you were interested in speaking on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Secretary Mayorkas has said repeatedly the border is under control. That is true, but it's under the control of the Mexican crime cartels. I had a constituent who operates a nonprofit faith-based camp in my district tell me that the federal government contacted him and offered him $3,800 a month for each illegal alien that he would house at his facility. Let me say that again. He was contacted by the federal government, offered $3,800 a month for each illegal alien he would house at his facility. That's nearly $50,000 a year per individual. He turned them down because he knew it wasn't right for him to financially benefit from government policies he disagreed with and policies that he knows are harming his country. But the federal government has now turned to using your tax dollars to house illegal aliens at government schools, unfortunately with no regard for the best interests of American children. And I asked my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, what is the end game for the Biden administration's border invasion? How many illegal aliens should we bring into our country? What portion of the world's 7 billion plus residents that don't live in the United States should we permit to unlawfully enter our country? When will it be too much for our national security? When will it be too much for our economic or fiscal security? When will it be too much for our healthcare system? When will it be too much for our social services? When will it be too much for our education system? My colleagues on the other side of the aisle want illegal aliens to be simply forgiven for breaking the law, irrespective of the impact that it has on American citizens or the safety or security of our country. The left wants a nation without borders, allowing fentanyl, criminals, even terrorists to pour into our country. In last week's hearing in this committee, my Democrat colleagues expressed tremendous concern that the term invasion was being used during a markup. Mind you, they don't care about the actual invasion, just the term invasion. They don't seem to care about the 7 million illegals who have been helped across the border by this administration's policies in the last 2 years. Or the 5.5 million of those, or excuse me, the 1.5 million of those who are criminal gotaways. They don't care about the fentanyl pouring into our country, the 100,000 deaths last year from drug overdoses. They don't care about the hundreds of illegals dying on the journey, the abuse of women and children, the sex and child trafficking, the enrichment of about $1 billion a month of the Mexican crime cartels. They don't care about the impact on the border communities or the people who live there on the border. They don't care about the greater impact on our nation at large. No, they don't care about the invasion. They simply care about the term invasion. And today we're introducing this bill because instead of investing in truly quality education, allowing our children the choice on where to go to school, they're choosing illegal aliens brought in by the border invasion to be housed in the facilities that our children go to school in. Rather than look after the safety of our children, they welcome unvetted aliens into our schools to be housed just a few feet away from where our children spend hours in classrooms each day. The American people should know that this is what the left thinks of their hard-earned tax dollars. On May 13, the New York Post reported that the first 300 expected migrants had arrived at a former public school on Staten Island. On May 14, CBS reported that migrants, all of them adult men and women, no children, were being housed at Public School 188 in Brooklyn. On May 17, CNN reported that up to 30 illegal immigrants were placed in a gym at a public school in Williamsburg. This legislation requires that in order to receive federal funds, a school may not house or shelter illegal aliens. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Takano, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. So again, my colleague on the other side of the aisle used the word invasion as many times as he could, even after my colleague from the state of Washington made, I think, an impassioned plea to moderate the tone of our public discourse on asylum seekers and migrants in our country. So it's unfortunate that the gentleman chose to be intentionally inflammatory. So I want to rise in strong opposition to this bill. Here we are in the Education and Workforce Committee marking up a bill that would strip federal funds from public elementary schools, public secondary schools, and even institutions of higher learning if they provide shelter or housing to undocumented immigrants. The Schools Not Shelter Act is an attempt by my colleagues across the aisle to focus on moral panic. And I can think of no greater disgrace than penalizing public institutions of learning, schools, for helping facilitate the safety of migrants seeking refuge in this country. The funding at stake here is federal grants, loans, direct appropriations, and even food commodities. Food commodities. We're talking about cheese and maybe milk and other types of food. Let's be honest and frank about what this legislation is. It's simply another flagrant attempt to pursue a culture war. This bill is about vilifying migrants. I hear my Republican colleagues clamor across the aisle about learning loss, claiming they want to remedy some of the lasting woes of the pandemic. But yet, here we are today actually going as far as to remove federal funding from schools, going as far as to revoke funding that would actually be put toward learning loss. Taking away Title I funds would absolutely decimate learning loss or intensify or increase that learning loss for our children. This is there's quite a long history and precedent of K-12 schools being used to shelter people. Both FEMA and DHS deem these schools as viable options for congregate shelters. Interestingly enough, the legislation before us has specific language that exempts short-term emergency shelters made necessary by a specific disaster. This exemption makes abundantly clear what we already know. The Republicans on this committee want to punish schools only if they're helping migrants. There is no punitive action directed at these schools for opening up their doors for a weather-related emergency, commonly seen for hurricanes. The resolution last week and the legislation before us today has been only about opposing support for the migrant community. The objective is to target any attempts to shelter undocumented immigrants. What an outrageous waste of congressional committee time to focus its energies in such a cruel manner. The Schools Not Shelters Act politicizes public elementary and secondary schools and institutions of higher education while doing nothing to improve education and actively harming schools, students, and families. The legislation before us today does nothing more than direct attention to a hot-button issue that has been blown way out of proportion. There are an abundance of issues this committee could be tackling today, but frankly, this is not one of them. We can and should do better for our students, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Adams, do I understand that you would like to speak on the
Yes, Madam Chair.
amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move
You're
to strike the last.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Immigrants are a key part of our nation's economy and fabric that have enriched our nation and specifically North Carolina for generations. They grow and pick the food we eat. They take care of and help raise our children. They serve honorably and bravely in our armed forces, and they represent a new generation of teachers and doctors and small business owners. In North Carolina, the immigrant population encompassed 8% of the population. They work in critical industries in our state, including construction, agriculture, administrative support and waste management, accommodation and food services, and manufacturing. More specifically, in my district, the immigrant population is 16.7% of the general population. Migrants will be humiliated and disrespected through this harmful piece of legislation. It will prohibit public elementary schools and public secondary schools and institutions of higher education even from sheltering immigrants. And if these schools don't follow this ruling, then their much-needed funding will be taken away from them. This is punitive. We're sending a very clear message that you don't care about our students. You're also sending a clear message that no matter how much someone has contributed to this country, no matter how much they've contributed to each of your districts, they don't deserve your help. So let's talk about what this is really about. It seems to be about personal feelings of my colleagues about undocumented immigrants and how shameful that is. We're not about seeking to solve the problems that would cause immigrants to seek shelter in a school or even understand it. One city that has been in the news concerning this issue is New York City. Mayor Eric Adams was forced to take drastic measures to ensure that there weren't immigrants on the streets. Before schools were mentioned as a potential solution to this housing crisis, hotels in the city were used as shelters. When hotels reached a certain capacity, and it was apparent that creativity was required to solve this problem, schools were liked as a viable solution. Context is very important to this issue. Knowing the context of what's really happening in cities like New York is very important. But because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle really feel about undocumented immigrants, they don't care about the context of this issue. This bill will only exempt schools from using their facilities as emergency shelters in the case of natural disasters. Weather-related emergencies are not the only emergencies that should be considered for exemption. Emergencies are happening everywhere, and a lack of housing is an emergency. There are people on the street, and that sounds like an emergency enough for me. And so I urge my colleagues to show some compassion today. Show some compassion for others and vote no on this bill. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Ms. Jayapal, do I understand you would like to speak?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure why we're debating this issue again. We just spent a very heated hearing last week on this issue, and here we go again. Once again, there are many things that this committee could be doing, like taking on sensible gun reforms to stop the scourge of gun violence that's killing our kids, but that is not what this majority is choosing to do. Instead, we're finding a way to talk about immigration, a subject outside of this committee's jurisdiction, and I say that as the ranking member of the Immigration Subcommittee of the Judiciary Committee. And we're not talking about how important immigration is to this country, how important immigrants are to our country, the many ways in which immigrants enrich our country. We're not talking even about how to support immigrant kids in school, which is such an important topic for us to be taking on. Instead, there is this continuing divisive rhetoric using words that we have asked politely not to be used, words that are insulting to immigrants, generations of immigrants across our country. But let me be clear once again. Border numbers are down over 60% from their peak. The headline in Politico is that this is the migrant crisis that still has not arrived. If my colleagues across the aisle were serious about addressing immigration, I welcome that effort. My Democratic colleagues and I have put forward legislation that would fix the immigration system and would provide fair, secure, humane ways to seek safety while strengthening border security, something that the American public, by the way, broadly supports. But here's the thing. It is just clear that my colleagues are not interested in fixing immigration. This entire proceeding is a distraction from the fact that my colleagues do not have meaningful solutions on education, the very topic of this committee. Why else do my colleagues take every opportunity with elementary and secondary school legislation to politicize and harm public schools, talking about banning books, whitewashing history, keeping trans kids from playing sports? If my colleagues spent half the time that they've invested in politicizing classrooms, maybe schools would be fully funded. Maybe we could help deliver an education to the low-income students who depend on Title I, who have the most to gain from education investments. Maybe we would be investing in the priorities that parents have identified, like addressing kids' mental health or providing school meals and universal pre-K. Schools are struggling across the board between improving learning outcomes, recovering from learning loss related to COVID, and the educator shortage. President Biden proposed raising the bar by increasing Title I by $2.2 billion and fully funding the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Since then, unfortunately, my colleagues across the aisle have proposed cutting $7 billion to those same programs, the equivalent of removing 108,000 educators from schools serving both low-income students and students with disabilities. I once again would respectfully ask my colleagues across the aisle to stop using words like invasion. They are not helpful to the discussion. They are insulting, and they are they have a long history of violence in this country. Please do not use those words, and let's focus our priorities on what we should be discussing in this committee, not another attack on immigrants. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Mr. Bowman, I understand you'd like to speak on this amendment.
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak today in opposition to H.R. 3941, and I want to make this perfectly clear. Seeking asylum is a legal process. It is protected under our U.S. laws. Seeking asylum is a legal process. It is protected under our U.S. laws. So as we receive the migrants who are coming in to our country, let us do everything in our power to treat them with dignity, respect, and humanity. Immigrants throughout American history have made America the powerful country that it is today. Many of us are the ascendants of immigrants. I myself am not. I am the ascendant of formerly enslaved Africans. But even I and my ancestors have contributed to the powerful growth of this country from an economic standpoint, to a political standpoint, to an education standpoint, and everything in between. I feel like deja vu all over again, as Yogi Berra would say, former Hall of Fame catcher for the New York Yankees. We just had this conversation a week ago. And I want to underscore what my colleague, Representative Jayapal, mentioned. When we use fear-mongering, hateful rhetoric like invasion, we are creating conditions that might lead to subtle or explicit harm of the most vulnerable people in our society. So as we govern for the benefit of America, let's govern first and foremost from the perspective of our collective humanity. Because migrants from all over the world, including Central and South America and Latin America, enrich our country, our culture, strengthen and manifest our deepest values, and contribute to our economy in a way that makes America, or continues to make America, the most powerful economic nation in the world. So as we discuss schools sheltering migrants and universities sheltering migrants, let's again underscore how schools and universities have been used for shelters time and time again throughout American history. And again, these migrants, the majority of whom are seeking asylum, are going through or in the process of going through a legal process protected under U.S. law. So that is why I'm speaking in opposition to this amendment, because it is a harmful amendment designed to exclude, marginalize, and dehumanize migrants, particularly from a certain part of the world. As I mentioned before, it feeds into the Great Replacement theory, which is a debunked theory and a theory rooted in hate and fear. And we as members of Congress should not govern from the perspective of hate and fear. Dare I say we should govern from the perspective of love for all people, regardless of their backgrounds. And I just look forward to the day, which hopefully comes soon, where we can live in peace and love and justice and harmony with each other, regardless of where we come from throughout the country or all over the world. So I oppose this amendment. It is unnecessary. It is harmful. It is inhumane. And please, from one former educator to some others on the other side, let's talk about the things our schools need most. Adequate funding, green spaces, sports programs, and let's end the scourge of gun violence in America. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments.
Madam
For
Chair,
what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment that's asked.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3941 offered by Mr. Takano of California, identifier DAMD_012.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the majority clearly wants to discuss the issue of migrants, I suggest we do that in a manner consistent with the jurisdiction of this committee. My amendment seeks to affirm the Plyler decision. In 1982, the United States Supreme Court held in Plyler v. Doe that children who are not legally admitted to the country have the right to a free public education under the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. Plyler is still the law of the land. And while the language of H.R. 3941 does not question or challenge this law, much of the committee Republicans' rhetoric surrounding this issue is based on the fact that the undocumented immigrants at issue in the bill are not taxpayers, and therefore they should not be eligible to receive public resources and support. Yet, when it comes to receiving an education in public schools, a subject actually under the jurisdiction of this committee, taxpayer status is not relevant. Still, with H.R. 3941, Republicans would penalize schools and students for temporary actions taken by a locality in an emergency. I cannot think of anything that would be more harmful to our nation's schools, students, and families. Denying federal funding to these schools would cause more learning loss, more disruption, and jeopardize multiple school needs, including safety, all of which Republicans claim to be concerned about. It is also an affront to federalism and the principle of local control, which the majority usually claims to care about so much, except apparently when it comes to helping immigrants with basic human needs. H.R. 3941 politicizes public elementary and secondary schools and institutions of higher education while doing nothing to improve education and actively harming schools, students, and families. We ought to be spending our time on meaningful legislation that supports a quality education for all students, regardless of taxpayer status, as the Supreme Court held in 1982. As the Supreme Court held in 1982. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I yield myself 5 minutes. Mr. Takano's amendment misses the entire point of this bill. This bill is not about whether children who are illegal aliens should be educated. That is simply not the question before us today. Instead, this bill is about whether illegal aliens should be housed in schools and universities. This bill has a very simple purpose, and the Democrat amendment is only attempting to distract us from it. I challenge my Democrat colleagues to answer whether they agree with the basic premise of our bill. Should public schools and university facilities be used to shelter illegal immigrants? I believe the answer is a resounding no, but it seems my Democrat colleagues disagree and would rather talk about whether children who are illegal immigrants receive an education. I think it's very natural to feel sympathy for children who were brought across the border due to no fault of their own. It's unfortunate that so many migrant children have parents who chose to break the law. However, the solution is not to punish other children who are here legally by disrupting their education. So challenge our Democrat So I challenge our Democrat colleagues to answer this very simple question. Should adult men be allowed to sleep in our children's schools? My answer is absolutely not, and that's why I urge all of you to vote no on this amendment. Does any member wish to speak on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from California. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I call for a roll call vote.
A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. The House is currently in a series of votes, and members need to be on the House floor. As such, the committee shall stand in recess until 8 p.m. I urge my colleagues to return. No, he wants to know. He says 8:30.
Members on both sides were told 8 p.m. as of last Thursday and built their evening schedules around it. So we're trying to be respectful to them.
Okay. As such, the committee shall stand in recess until 8 p.m., and I urge my colleagues to return right before 8 p.m. to vote so that we can dispense with the matter then. With that, the committee stands adjourned. Excuse me. The committee will come to order. We'll now be voting on one amendment to the bill, H.R. 824. The amendment offered by Mr. DeSaulnier, H. 824 AMD _ 02. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Mr. Allen? Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller? Ms. Steele? Mr. Estes? Ms. Letlow? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. James? Ms. Chavez-Dreamer?
No.
Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams? Ms. Houchin? Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes yes. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes yes. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes yes. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Cano?
Aye.
Mr. Cano votes aye. Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Saulnier? Ms. Saulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath?
Aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Omar? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Manning? Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes aye.
How is Ms. Stefanik?
Ms. Stefanik is not recorded. Ms. Stefanik votes no.
The clerk will report the vote.
Ms. Hayes votes yes.
How is Ms. Miller recorded?
Ms. Miller is not recorded. Ms. Miller votes no.
No.
Madam Chair, could you have the clerk call the roll of people that are not here, since this is the first vote?
Okay.
Mr. Wilson. Mr. Thompson.
You made it.
Mr. Allen. Mr. Smucker. Ms. Steele. Mr. Estes. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Moran. Mr. James. Mr. Courtney. Ms. Wilson. Mr. Norcross. Ms. Omar. Ms. Manning.
How is Mr. Thompson recorded?
Mr. Thompson is not recorded. Mr. Thompson votes no.
Clerk will report the totals.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 15 yeas and 19 nays.
The amendment is not approved. Question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended, in the nature of a substitute. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I now entertain a motion to report the bill and recognize Mr. Wahlberg.
I move the Committee on Education and the Workforce report the bill H.R. 824 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 824 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion's agreed to. Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Thompson.
Aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes aye. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes yes. Ms. Steele. Mr. Estes. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer.
Aye.
Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Sablon. Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Chicano.
Nay.
Mr. Chicano votes nay. Ms. Adams.
No.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Saulnier. Ms. Saulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes no. Ms. Manning. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Van votes aye. Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman votes aye. Mr. Bowman votes no.
How is Mr. Courtney reported?
Mr. Courtney is not recorded. Mr. Courtney votes no.
Everyone count again. Everyone count again. Okay, 21, 14. 21, 14.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 21 yeas and 14 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 824 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. We'll now be voting on one amendment to the bill, H.R. 3941. The amendment offered by Mr. Chicano, DAMD_012. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Thompson. No. Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg. No. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele. Mr. Estes. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran. Mr. James. No. Mr. James votes no. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer.
No.
Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon. Mr. Sablon votes aye. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Bonamici. Mr. Chicano. Oh, Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Chicano. Mr. Chicano votes aye. Ms. Adams. And Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Saulnier. Mr. Saulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild. Ms. McBath. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Manning? Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 16 yeas and 19 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I now move the Committee on Education Workforce report the bill H.R. 3941 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass. The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 3941 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes aye. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes yes. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes yes. Ms. Steele? Mr. Estes? Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes aye. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran? Mr. James?
Aye.
Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Chavez Dreamer?
Aye.
Ms. Chavez Dreamer votes aye. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams?
No.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Saulnier? Ms. Saulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Ms. Manning? Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes no. Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 20 yeas and 16 nays.
And I want to thank the clerk for doing such a great job of calling the roll. The ayes have it, the motion's agreed to. H.R. 3941 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent the staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, only any members who wish to insert materials into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Scott.
Madam Chair, I announce that I intend to file minority views on both of the bills.
Thank you very much. If there's no further business before the committee, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.